Hello and welcome back to the Druidic Stormcloud channel, where we will be playing Final Fantasy XIV. I have been leveling up one of the classes from the pole, and we will be going through the Gladiator and Paladin quest line. Currently, my Gladiator class is only level 47, the final quest needing level 50 to complete. I'm not sure we'll even get to that one, but we will definitely gain experience from the quest line, so should reach level 50 by the time of that. Next up will be the Marauder. Then we have to choose between Rogue and Arcanist. But for now, sit back and enjoy the show. Here we go. There we go. Amazing what a difference a sword can make. Your expression, your posture. You're already brimming with confidence. Let's see if that confidence is warranted, shall we? Just outside the gates of Ul'dah, you'll find plenty of marmots, hornets, and shrews. Slay 3 of each and return here when finished. Oh, and use your sword, Kiara. I'm a gladiator and I aim to train you as one. Now go. So we head back to Central Ul'dah, or Central Thailand. And kill some very small creatures. Unless it meant the other gate. Oh, I was in Western Thailand. I didn't even realize. Okay. That was on me. Now, the reason I'm pulling aggro this way is because of the fact that I'm higher level than these by a lot. So it naturally pulls aggro when you attack things that are far weaker than you. And with that, the quest is done. I have unlocked the New Game Plus feature, which I could be cheesing these quests with. But I will not be doing that. Sure, it slows down my own progress on several levels, but I feel like it's more sincere this way. Welcome back, Kira. I take it you've dispatched the beasts? And with ease. With every swing and thrust, you gain valuable experience. You must remember and reflect on each one if you are to recognize and eliminate the deficiencies in your techniques. Your training under me shall continue once the haft sits so snugly in your hand that you cannot imagine holding aught else. Until then, Kiara. I will not be grabbing any of those. In fact, this is an annoyance. Ah, Kiara. I take it you and your sword have become better acquainted? And I will now instruct you on another fundamental aspect of what it means to be a gladiator, commanding an opponent's attention. As gladiators, we are trained to engage enemies at close range, weathering their attacks as we deliver our own. However, there are times when we must do battle alongside allies whose talents are not the same as our own. In such a situation, your role is not to slay the enemy in front of you, but rather to defend the man beside you. We do this by eliciting the enmity of our opponents through attacks and techniques designed to incite their hatred. You must learn to draw the enemy's attention to yourself and to trust in your stout constitution to endure. In doing so, you protect your weaker comrades, who would otherwise perish. To help you better understand this, there is a task I would have you perform. It just so happens that Momodi of the Quicksand has requested our assistance. A gang of Limousin marauders has paraded into town and begun harassing people outside her establishment. Men like these prey on the weak, but in turn will turn tail and flee at the first sight of defiance. You need not resort to violence. It will suffice to show them that you are not afraid of them and will not tolerate their behavior. Seek out the Limosins and make your presence known by bellowing, "Face me, marauder." This way, you will protect the people of Ul'dah as you would your allies in battle. Alright, so we need to go to the quicksand. The tavern and inn of this place. The Adventurers Guild. Emote. That one, okay. Not the most exciting quest, I'll grant you. Now voice the leader. Just who the hell do you think you're speaking to, maggot? I'm Fmarty the Driven. And me and the bloody marauders have been reaving so long mothers scare their children with tales of us. Don't believe me? I'll let my axe do that talking. Oh, this is very lively, even for the quicksand. You two going to put on a show for us? What's this? Another guy's fool. Show some respect when you're talking to. Fumari the Driven, leader of a troop of bloody murmurs, or some such. I heard you the first time. Your voice carries quite well. And unless you want me to wear your skull open with the axe, you better. That sword, it couldn't be. Frenzy? But the only sword annulled. But only the sword of Nuld would. Bloody hells. It's you! You know, I've never been one to stand back and watch. Mind if I join the fun? But begging your pardon, sir. Why do they always do that? Looks like it's just you and me. Standing up to that Limousin was quite brave of you. And quite foolish. I think I like you, Gladiator. My name's Aldous. And I'd buy you a drink, but I'm afraid I just spent the last of my coin. I used to be a young gladiator like you. Back then, I used to be an adventurer like you. Insert Skyrim meme here. But that hardly concerns you. These days, I'm just an explorer of the unexplored, a seeker of as yet unknown experiences. Like that beautiful stranger keeping my bed warm right now. Gods, I've missed this city, this wonderful desert, jewel of debauchery and sin. Now, if you'll excuse me. Okay, so I'm guessing that's our equatable individual to the person we saved as a white mage. I swear, if I hadn't seen Aldous with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it was him. Everyone here thought he died years ago. Listen, Kiara, do me a favor and don't tell Maila about meeting Aldous, alright? She doesn't need this sort of drama. Why? Well, let's just say some folk ain't good for one another. Okay. You see what I mean about the story? These are the quests that they really put thought into, and you can tell. The different job quests, class quest line, all of that, they're almost better than the main story. I've already heard of your exploits at the quicksand. Kiara, you did well to send those marauders packing. I wish I could say we've heard the last of them. Alas, we've received reports of axe-wielding raiders assaulting merchants traveling through Scorpion Crossing. It seems words will not suffice after all. I want you to finish what you've begun. Kiara, head to Western Thailand and see that Prafarmi the Driven and all those who have shared in his crimes. Never trouble the people of Ul'dah again. We're also going to be finding out if I was right about each class having a separate special mount for having reached the level 30 quest line. They tore me from my saddle and took everything I own. Bring my goods back to me, I beg of you. Random chocobo. Here you are. 12 bless you, adventurer. If it weren't for the good women like you, I'd never leave home. Remember, the character that was the result of a friend making it for me is a female character, so oddly enough, they usually go with either a female character or an old man for the character I play as. I don't understand why. But, hey, I'm the one that asked for chaos. It'd be hypocritical to complain about it afterwards, and it is indeed chaos. Good, it's finished. And with that, this stage of your training is complete. This time your enemies were ill-behaved ruffians, but who knows what manner of opponent you'll face in the future. Regardless, I have faith that you will do well. Master your sword and you shall master yourself. Now then, there will be work for you in days to come. Return to your training, Kiara. We will speak again. Again is now. I want to point out that this is a wooden sword. Some gladiator arms are made with wood carving. You look well, Kiara. I hope you're ready for your next task, because I require your immediate assistance. There have been several violent murders recently. The victims were all Huran man. So the human race in this world. Based on the multiple spear wounds found on the bodies and the deceased, we believe that Lancers are responsible for the crimes. Not only are these marauders a blight on our city, I fear it is only a matter of time before one of our own is targeted. I have just received reports of foreign Lancers skulking around Stone's Throw. Considering circumstances, I find it likely that these are our culprits. We cannot abide any more murders. Go to Stone's Throw, outside the gate of Nuld, and speak with any you find in the area. With luck, we may find these Lancers before they strike again. It feels like the Gladiator quests are more of City Guard quests, doesn't it? Gate of Nuld. Oh look, viewers, I can fly! Gutless Gladiator. Don't kill me, please. I'm not the one you want. Thank you. That they appeared out of nowhere. Asked me if I was all this at spear point. I said no, but they attacked me anyway. Well, what did I do to deserve this? Aldous. Okay, so he is the one strongly tied to the quest line. Okay. I thought so. I also want to take just a moment to see if I can check the audio real quick. So give me just a second. Yep, it is going good. No problems with it. So they were indeed the murderers we sought. What brought Duskwhite freelancers all the way from the Black Shroud? And why were they murdering Hurrian men with swords? First sword! What is it? Lancers, first sword. A gang of them hiding in the tunnel south of the Black Brush Station. It seems we are not rid of them yet. Kiara, you might as well finish what you started. Go to Central Thailand and dispatch the last of these freelancers. Bruce, accompany Kiara. See that she doesn't die. We can't keep... Well, I can't keep the last from getting secured, but I'll patch her up best I can. Kiara, defend Bruce. He knows powerful healing magics, but he cannot employ them unless you keep all of your enemies occupied. Make sure you command their full attention at all times. I'm counting on you to keep the bastards away from me. Watch me back and I'll watch yours. You have your orders, gladiators. Send those freelancers to the 7th gate. So this is going to be our first time experiencing being the tank in a party. Also, I forgot one quick thing. Let's do a minion roulette real quick and see what we get. Oh, we got our little goblin following us. That's nice. Let's see, I think Blackbrush is... Yep, Central Thailand. Auto run is such a nice feature, isn't it? In this case, it's auto fly. Tunnel. Wrong end of the tunnel. The addition of being able to move while summoning the mount is interesting too. And not something I overly concerned myself with. I wasn't a little annoyed when it would stop the summoning just because I had moved a little bit, but all things considered, it was a minor thing to me. It's just so much nicer now that I actually can. There you are. Now let's level sync. Down to level 14. Been a while since I was level synced this low. Why are you running off on your own? You're the healer. myself. You were problematic, Bruce. Also, why did it remove this? Looks like we're done here. Let's head home, Kiara. I could use a drink. Okay. Congratulations on a draw. Well done, Kiara. Bruce says you acquitted yourself well. I must say, you have shown tremendous growth since you joined us. I wanted to ask you. Bruce believes the freelancers were out for a bounty. What's your opinion on this, Kiara? Well... yeah, we have to. Aldous, are you certain that is the name you heard? He's alive? But how? Shield blob. We get a ranged attack. Hail, Kira. You come at a good time. With another task I wish to assign you. Immortal Flames and the Brass Blades have both requested the Guild's assistance in maintaining security at Camp Drybone, a vital outpost among the Voil Allegan Sunway. The Amalja have been raiding caravans with reckless abandon, creating a significant disruption in trade. Ul'dah has a long troubled history with the Amalja, so raids are not unheard of. However, this recent escalation must be addressed. Go to Camp Drybone and search for these raiders, Kiara. I've already dispatched our other gladiators to patrol the region, so I suggest you speak with one for more information. To Camp Drybone. That is in Eastern, so I need to go through Central to get there. Oh, so that's the barrier. Oh boy. Can't go that way, unfortunately. Can't go any higher, so I can't go up over this. It's still much faster than going on foot. Down. They're still here. Don't worry, sister. I'll be fine. Though, maybe not when the first sword is done with me, eh? Go tell her that the Almaja are dead. Leave the merchant to me. I mean, when a tank doesn't have a healer, that's usually the outcome, isn't it? Here I am. I knew I was right to send you, Kiara. You've done us proud. 7 L's, this place reeks of sweat. How do you expect a man to concentrate on his swordplay like this? Aldous? You remember me? How goes it, brother? Still swinging your sword around like a feather duster? You... Good to see you too, my... Mila, my dear. You're more beautiful than I remember. You're alive? Where have you been all these years? Answer me. Me? Well, if you must know, I was on a spiritual journey of self-discovery. Damn it! This is serious. We all thought you were dead. For you to walk in here as though nothing ever happened? Have you forgotten how you dishonored us? I should cut you down where you stand. That's the Mila I remember. Milia? Mila, yeah. Oh, fire and brimstone. I knew that pretty face could still contort itself into some terrifying shapes. Don't pout, girl. I'm just having fun. But as you wish, I'll go. Kiara, was it? Why don't you join me at the quicksand? I could use some company, and I doubt anyone else would be so kind. You can already tell he's kind of a jerk. Level sync to level 19. Oh, you came. Sorry you had to witness that little reunion between me and Mila. The Sword of Nald, back from the dead. You'd think I'd be greeted by throngs of adoring fans, not threats of violence. Listen, Kiara, you're good with a sword. That's plain to see. But more than that, you've got purpose. There's a fire burning within you. As a former man of conviction, I can recognize a kindred spirit. Geralt named her Frenzy. She's one of a magnificent pair of swords that the drunken prodigy forged for the Colosseum champions. The man who wields her twin had eyes that burned like yours, or wielded. Kiara, The hells? Aldous, Sword of Nald, we've come to take your head. If you do that, then how the hells am I supposed to enjoy my ale? Arrogant fool, prepare to meet your maker. Well, ain't you a bunch of impatient, humorless fellows? Up for a bit of fun, Kiara. I'll lead, you follow. Interesting. We're going to be fighting alongside this guy now. This isn't too hard of a fight. Ah, there are more of them. Alright, so he wants me to take care of these ones. And we beat him. Didn't think he'd go so far as to send a gang of sell swords into the quicksand in broad daylight. Why is it never a bevy of beauties? Let's continue this another time, shall we? I need to find a new place to drink. One with more attractive company than this sorry lot. Honestly, if I do this, then do a DPS, I will be able to fill any role my friends need. So, my apologies, Kiara. I meant to teach you a new technique earlier. But when that idiot arrived, I completely forgot. He's just so infuriating. The shield lob technique will allow you to attack from afar without the need of ranged weaponry. Since we gladiators primarily are close range fighters, the ability to draw the attention of those distant enemies is a valuable asset. May it serve you well in the field, Kiara. And we learn the action shield lob. Kiara, I'm glad you're here. One of our members has been attacked and gravely wounded. I need you to go and help him. I suspect this is the work of more bounty hunters. May even be a trap to lure more of us out into the open. Nevertheless, we cannot ignore our comrade's plight. When last he contacted us by link pearl, he said he'd try to seek shelter at the Coffer and Coffin. Take this potion and search for him there. Central Thailand. I'm glad it specifies that. Oh, there you are. Help me. I can't feel my... Thank you, sister. It all happened so fast. Over by the tracks to the north. I don't know who attacked me, nor why they left me alive. I dare say the answer is out there. Surely someone saw something. Fellow outside? I saw him stumble in when I left the bar to take a... Wasn't alone as I recall. See, he's wounded. I thought he was just drunk. Why am I so zoomed in? How am I so zoomed in? Suspicious characters? Well, now that you mention it, I did see a strange fellow wearing garish purple robe. First, I thought he was talking to himself, but then I realized he had a link pearl. I heard him say something about the wrong man and the Silver Bazaar. Does that help? Yes, it does. Oh. That's what it meant. Point of ambush. Alright. Now we speak with the injured gladiator again. purple robe? That sounds familiar. Aye, it was him. I'd swear it. Did you find anything else? Picked this up by the tracks, eh? Might well have belonged to the bastard. Can't say I've seen its like before. Might be as a Warmund could tell you more. Don't you? He's the bespectacled fellow who's always lounging around Emerald Avenue in the city. Of course, being the businessman that he is, he'd probably ask to be compensated in exchange. Show that wing to Wymond. He's sure to know something about it. Alright, so we go back to the city. And go to Emerald Avenue. Oh. Sapphire Exchange is the market here. Well, at least I remembered that it was a gemstone, so... Well now, if it ain't Kiara, everybody's favorite venturer. I hear you threw your lot in with the Gladiators. A questionable decision, given the events of recent days. But to each his own. To what do I owe the pleasure? Oi, put that away before someone sees it. Where in the seven hells did you get one of those rings? What? Don't you recognize the sigil? Goddamn fool. Before you go stumbling around in the brush, you ought to at least know what kind of venomous bastards will be lurking within. A long time since old Daw's seen the criminal organization rise from obscurity to notoriety as quickly as the Alsgren. Word is they've got connections to the Brass Blades, the Syndicate, and gods know who else. But you didn't hear that from me. I want no part in whatever mess you and your mates have gotten yourselves into. Understood? Oh. Well, that's not good. Oh, Kiara. I was just wondering when you might return. What news have you brought of our injured comrade? Elkrin. I find that hard to believe, but no matter. One of our comrades returned from Stone's Throw moments ago. A gang of bandits is said to be headed for the Silver Bazaar. They're after a man with an enormous bounty on his head. The people living there are in grave danger. In their frenzy to find their quarry, the bandits won't scruple to destroy property and harm civilians. And the few brass blades stationed there will be powerless to stop them. We must stop them, Kiara. We'll protect the Silver Bazaar and avenge our injured guildmate, all in one fell swoop. A bit melodramatic, if you ask me. Aldous, I told you to never come here again. I couldn't sit idly by while you charged into battle against an enemy you know nothing about. Mila, a responsible guildmaster would never risk the lives of her charges like this. Who are you to lecture me about responsibility? Mila, listen to me. This is the Alacran you're dealing with. So, what notoriety they may have achieved means nothing to me. Cut them down like the common bandits they are. It's not that simple. More importantly, this isn't your fight. What are you saying? They want me, Mila. I have been fending off assassination attempts ever since I returned to Thalen. Just stay here and let me handle this. It'll be over soon, I promise. Just stay here while you go off on your own, is that it? It's been 7 years since you leave, Aldous. Since I let you leave. 7 years. Do you have any idea at all what you've put me through? Mila, you don't want to hear it, you selfish bastard. Do you even care about the people who suffered because of you? Just get out. We don't need your help. We'll settle this ourselves. Mila, wait. There's something you need to know. Enough. Get out. Get out. All right. Save some of that for the Alacran. But do try not to let Kiara come to harm while you're at it. Well, that's... Silver Bazaar in Western Thalen. My quests are just about, or my quest list is just about full. I polished a couple off before stream so that I would have room to handle these and the mount quest if it pops up, like I hope it does. There you are, Kiara. Everyone's already in position. Are you prepared? Level sync to 24. Hey, we did it. Rejoice, gladiators, for the day is ours. Hmm? What? But why would you be? Leave him to us, First Sword. No, stop! Such brittle blades, so easily broken. Perhaps the First Sword is made of stronger steel? Leave her, Zana. Our business here is over. What have you done, Leopold? First Sword, we must withdraw. The wounded need tending. Let us take them back to the guild. I am concerned about a person I didn't like and finding out that maybe he had reason for being the way he was. The only thing about these quests is if you don't level up beforehand, they're so spaced out that you could lose track of what's going on. I think I'm going to put another poll up on my channel as well, on my Discord as well. Do people want to see the Disciple of the Land and Disciple of the Hand quest lines? Give me a moment, Kara. I need to think. I wanted to spare you this, Mila. I begged you not to go. You knew all this? That Leopold had... Leopold and I once fought side by side in the Colosseum. The twin swords of Naldthal, they'd call us. Never lost a match, honored by the bull of Alamigo himself. But that was then, and this is now. When I learned Leopold single-handedly transformed the Alcren from a gang of common thieves into the most feared criminal organization in Thailand, I knew I had to return. Seems like a lifetime ago that the three of us used to train together in this hall. Leovold, I knew, would never stoop so low. He was a good man, strong and true. What would drive him to do this? When I find him, I'll be sure to ask. Unfortunately, he seems determined to kill me for my curiosity. What aren't you telling me, Aldous? I'm not clever enough to keep secrets, my dear. I'm a simple man, only capable of dealing with what's right in front of me. Is that so? I'll find him, Mila. I promise. Next will be the level 25 quest. Kiara, I must apologize for my earlier behavior. As for a sword, my duty is not only to foster your growth as a gladiator, but also protect you from dangers you are not ready or yet ready to face. I did not know that Leovold had become the leader of the Alcrin. Had he chosen to bear his steel at us, many and more of us would not have returned alive. I need to know why he's turned to a life of crime. And so I've ordered my best men to scour Thalen for any trace of his whereabouts. Unfortunately, one of them has disappeared. I have strong suspicions that he has been taken prisoner by the Alcrin or worse. If there is any hope of saving him, we must act quickly. I would have you search for our missing comrade. His last report stated that he was tracking the Alcrin near the Hammers in western Thalen. If you go there, you may yet find some clues to his fate. I've been far too reckless in recent days, and let too many good gladiators come to harm. Please, Kiara, find our missing comrade and bring him home safe. It's a trap, sister. That's some fine swordsmanship, Kiara. Really, the first sword certainly knows how to pick 'em. Even after all these years, I can't quite bring myself to color that. See, I still remember when her father first brought her to the guild. A wee lass who cried at the sight of naked steel, but to look at her now, you'd swear she was born with a blade in her hand. Not like she had much of a choice but to rise to the occasion, though. Oh, with all that trouble all this got into 7 years ago, Selfish bastard. You should have never... but enough of my ramblings. I'll make my way back to Old after a short rest. You go ahead and tell Mila I'm fine. Alright. Closest teleport is over here. Next to the Theurges. Or Thaumaturges. The Black Mage Guild. Kiara, thank the gods you're all right. I heard all about the ambush at the Hammers. Excellent work. You've been invaluable to the guild. I cannot thank you enough. In fact, I believe you deserve a much-needed rest. Take some time for yourself and return when you've recuperated. But before you go, speak with Lulustu. I believe she has a message for you. Lulustu? Guild receptionist. I see. Ah, Kiara, the very gladiator I was seeking. Lean closer, for I would not have the others hear my words. Aldous sends his regards, and requests you meet him at the Lich Yard in Eastern Thailand. Naturally, I've not divulged this information of the First Sword. As you may have gathered from their previous interactions, she is still rather upset with him, and would likely forbid any further association. Quite understandable, since he was clearly being groomed to be the next guildmaster before that horrible scandal. They would have made such a lovely couple. Forgive me. This is hardly an appropriate topic of conversation. Anyways, you have my word that the First Sword will not hear of any rendezvous from me. You know what? We're going to teleport there. We're getting near to the end of this quest line. We're going to get the job crystal soon, rather than later. Here's someone from a quest I have already taken. Level sync in effect, level 29. I like a woman who keeps me waiting. It nurtures a sense of anticipation. It's been 7 years since Mila's father was laid to rest here. He was mean and stubborn. An old goat, through and through. But gods, when he danced with sword in hand, it was pure poetry in motion. Mila's right. There's no way I could know what it was like for her back then. Forced to replace her father under such terrible circumstances. And who might you be? Another of Leovold's lackeys? Master Leovold has been most distressed since learning of your return. This is unacceptable. Your master does not deserve your loyalty, kitten. When you've outlived your usefulness, he'll dispose of you like so many others. Believe me, I speak from personal experience. Say what you will, I will not be swayed. He looks awfully determined to kill me. Still, I'm not really in the mood to play. Mind stopping her, Kiara? I know, those are more DPS tactics than anything. You've gotten stronger. Good. I'm glad Mila has a woman like you to rely on. She's her father's daughter, a leader of men, a true warrior, and an obstinate woman who lets her feelings cloud her judgment. Which is why she needs to be surrounded by dependable people who will give her good counsel and keep her temper in check. Now more than ever. Stick by her. She needs you more than you know, or more than she knows. She needs you. Haven't you listened to a word I said? She needs dependable people. In case you haven't noticed, I'm anything but. I'm only here because of unfinished business. When that's settled, there'll be no reason left for me to stay. I owe it to her old man to put an end to this. Give him peace in Thal's realm. By making that bastard Leovold finally answer for his crimes. Remember what I said, Kiara. Now go. She's probably wondering where you are. I have to go to this one instead. Then take the Ethernet to the Gladiators Guild. Why are you staring at me like that, Kiara? Is something the matter? You're behaving rather oddly. Well, I'm afraid I have no news regarding the Alcren's movements. I remain confident that we'll find them soon, though. So keep your blade sharp. Damn it all to the seventh hell. This is madness. It's Aldous. He's been arrested by the brass blades. They claim he was plotting to assassinate the Sultana. This is utter nonsense. He has no motive to do so. Whatever I've said about the man, he would never resort to using poison. The Alcrians must be behind this. They must have failed to kill him, or they have failed to kill him time and again, and now they're reaching out to their monetarists' allies. I didn't want to believe Wyman when he said they had such influence, but wait, that's it. If there's anyone to help us unravel this plot, it's Wyman. He has a reputation for knowing things he shouldn't, after all. Find Wyman. See what he can tell us. All this is many things, but he is not a murderer. Hi, Wyman. I was wondering when you might come along, Kiara. Frankly, I'm surprised all this went so quietly. You have to know there's no walking away from this. What happened between Aldous and Leovold 7 years ago? You really don't know, do you? Best I start at the beginning, then. All this is something of an enigma. He and Leovold were two of the greatest gladiators to ever grace the blood sands. But he threw all that hard-fought glory away for a few gil more. See, the average Ul'dan loves a good Colosseum fight. And what better to make a gladiatorial spectacle than more entertaining than wagering on the outcome. So when it got out that Aldous was orchestrating a match-fixing scheme of untold proportions, well, you can imagine the shock and anger the people felt. He was expelled from the Colosseum and his winnings were stricken from the record. Guildmaster Mila got the worst of it, though. Not only was her friend exposed as a fraud, but around the same time, her father fell ill and passed away. There were some oddities surrounding his death, too. It was rumored that he took his own life out of shame for his disgrace of a pupil, or that he might have even been murdered by the man. Baseless conjecture, really, but it made all this look that much worse. In the end, Mila lost two of the most important men in her life and was forced to take charge of the guild alone. And Leovold, he tried to go it solo on the Blood Sands, but it wasn't the same without Aldous. His career was finished. Now, you know the nature of the man you so desperately want to save. Though, judging by that look in your eye, I gather you still have your reservations. Fine then. Though you can't blame me for doubting a man found in possession of Regarl's bile. It's a vile poison, rare and expensive too. Only the Corpse Brigade knows how to make it, I hear. Gods only know why they'd give it to Aldous. Could go to their headquarters in southern Staland and ask them. Direct, I reckon. I have an aversion to direct confrontation personally. You don't, do you? By and by, should you save the poor bastard's life, tell him we're even. And I hope it was worth it. That was all worth it? Those are interesting items. Okay. Let's go ahead and knock this quest out of the way. Okay. Oh. I exited the wrong side. I wonder I didn't notice that the first time I was there. Well, there's the city. Where have you been, Kiara? Aldous has been given over to the custody of the Syncrium. They mean to execute him. We must do something. This poison is... You've proved the Alcrian purchased it from the Corpse Brigade? Thank the gods. You've done it. Quickly, we must show this to the official presiding over his execution at Highbridge. Go, now! Eastern Thailand. This isn't gonna go the way she wants it to. I already know that. Or maybe I'm just skeptical due to the fake Inquisitor. remember the way down is this way. The Sancrum has sentenced you to death for your crimes against the Sultanate. Have you any last... Who are you? And what do you want? These are bold accusations you make, adventurer. However, the Sancrum has found the prisoner guilty in the eyes of the gods and men, and he will be executed forthwith. Don't waste your breath, Kiara. Those skills of old yielded to wealth above all else, and Leovold spent a fortune to secure my sentence. Silence, criminal, and you. What are you waiting for? Do it. Where did all this? Just couldn't stay away, could you? Well, at least you don't have to steal the headsman's axe. If the gods are to have blood this day, I'm afraid it won't be mine. Since you two are so devout, perhaps you'd be willing to offer yourselves in exchange? Mercy! Interfering with the law is a heinous crime. In fact, I believe it's punishable by death. I had a feeling the spectacle would draw you here. I should have dealt with you myself from the start. Come, let's dance, brother. So it's to be a rematch. Very well, I accept. Milia and the others need you, Kiara. Milia and the others need you, Kiara. Leave them to me. Okay, so they're just there. You're named. Every person in the group is a tank. It's impossible to pull aggro. Aldous! Aldous! You almost had me, Leovold. Stay back. I won't have your pity. You just had to have it all, didn't you? Just one victory, just one bloody match. But your precious ego couldn't accept that. You ruined everything. Tell me, Aldous, how does it feel to lose your name, your legacy, everything you loved? I want to know, how much have you suffered? Let it go, Leovold. It's over. Like hell's it is. I swear, you will never know peace. Not in this life. Or the next. Damn well know neither of us will see Thul's realm. Let's go. Our comrades are waiting. And return to the Gladiators Guild. I'm glad you were there, Kira. Without you, I doubt we could have defeated the Alcran. If you ever considered the Colosseum, you'd make a wonderful attraction. Of course, you need a title that befits your prowess. Now that it's all over, you'll be staying, won't you? No. Leovold may be dead. The Alcran are far from finished. I'd rather not linger and give them a chance to regroup and seek revenge. It's a true tragedy that I cannot enjoy the company of Ul'dah's lovely ladies any longer. But I have faith that equally lovely or equally radiant beauties await me in distant lands. Aldous, Another word, my dear. It's bad enough that the first sword is permitted a disgraced gladiator to fraternize with her subordinates. Can you imagine the scandal if she became personally involved with the man? Nevertheless, I understand how you feel, Mila. I'm known to have this effect on the fairer sex. I should have let the headsman have his way with you. That way you might learn something of humility. But how am I supposed to remember the lesson without a head? Your father would be proud of you, Mila. Don't ever change. Ah yes, there's one more thing I wanted to say to you before I go, Kiara. 7 years ago, before my last match in the Blood Sands, I was given an offer, a sultan's ransom in exchange for a loss. Leovold begged and pleaded, but I just couldn't do it. Call it honor or pride or whatever you like. I made my choice, and in spite of all that came of it, to this day, I have no regrets. It's a simple thing, knowing what's right. Listen to that heart of yours, and it'll never lead you astray. Trust your comrades, have faith in your skills, and you'll triumph over any adversity. And with that, I bid you all farewell. I'd better not have to wait 7 years to see that bastard again. There's still so much I want to. What in the seven hells are you all looking at? This is a training hall. Why aren't any of you training right now? You think all it takes to stand on the blood sands is a sword and a stupid grin? No. Takes years of hard work, an ocean of blood and sweat, and an unbreakable will. Every man and every woman here has the potential to become a champion. But it is you, and you alone, who decides your destiny. So answer me now, gladiators. Will you follow in the footsteps of your brothers and sisters and inscribe your names in legend? Hi! And that leads to a quest from you. Oh, there you are, Kiara. Perfect timing. I just heard a juicy bit of gossip I know you're going to be interested in. Apparently, and remember, you heard this first from me, the Sultan's sworn elite are sharing the secret skills and training of paladins. Incredible, I know. The Sultan's sworn have an exclusive monopoly on the instruction of paladin skills. Once upon a time, if you weren't one of those officer track elites, then you'd have no chance to learn the arts. And competition to get to the top was very fierce indeed, let me tell you. But anyone who joined had to swear an oath of fealty to the Uldan Sultanate, which meant no more adventuring, no more daring do, and no more Colosseum. Just languishing about in the palace, all day polishing plate mail. That's why this news is so big. Now anyone with a bit of commitment can learn the skills of a paladin, and no memorizing the 55 commandments of the sworn, or any other nonsense either. This is a platinum opportunity that comes but once in a lucky adventurer's lifetime. Let this slip through your fingers and regret will be your just desserts. You need to go to the Royal Promenade in the Hastings Steps. Find the captain of the Sultan's Sworn Elite. Genilis is his name. And tell him how you're just dying to become a paladin. Alright, so there's no sign of a quest at the moment to get him out. Maybe after the job crystal? Yes, I'm Genilis, member of the Sultan's Sworn Elite and servant to the Uldaz Sultanate. Unless my instincts deceive me, you have come to inquire about training as a paladin. So I would have your name, good woman. Kiora, a fine name. I bid you welcome, and salute your noble resolve. But if you aspire to paladinhood, you should understand what that means, or what it means. A paladin swears allegiance to the Sultanate. A paladin shall be the sword and shield of the Sultanate. A paladin defends the people of the realm. Sellswords and gladiators and others of their ilk wield their blades for themselves, but the paladin serves the greater good. Do you understand me? The battle arts of the paladin, or that the paladin learns, have been held secret, nurtured, and protected within the ranks of the Sultan's Sworn Elite for nigh on these 600 years. Of all those sworn to protect the Sultanate, the soldiers, the mounted guard, and the knights, we are the elite of the elite. Our conviction unwavering, our hearts true, our sword skills without peer. But the glory of the Sultan's Sworn, well, much of it is buried in the past now. Our brotherhood grows smaller by the year. We are but a shadow of what we once were, and the Sultana turns to sellswords to defend her palace. All this because of one traitor. No, because of a lot of dishonor left by one who shall not be named. And because of him, we have been forced to seek the help of able-bodied adventurers. And here you are. We shall instruct you in the paladin military arts. You will not be inducted into the Sultan's Sworn, but serve as a free paladin. However, first you will show us that both your sword and heart have metal, and you are worthy of the honor. In the ruins to the south of Little Alamigo, you will find an iron brazier. Light it, and the undead nearby will be drawn to the flame. Slay these monsters and give their hearts to the fire. Return and present me their ashes as proof of your deed. Now, would-be paladin, show me the metal in your heart and the steel in your blade. Honestly, if I could choose a mount for a paladin job class, I would probably choose something along the lines of a griffin. If we're accounting for flight capability and whatnot. If you are in this place searching for the undead, you must be a petitioner seeking the secrets of the paladin arts. But make no mistake, simply learning paladin swordplay does not make you a paladin, nor does the armor you wear or the status you claim. I am just another aging free paladin, but you would do well to heed my counsel. Strike off the shackles that bind your spirit, lift the visor that blinds, and find the true path of the paladin. Here, you'll be returning to the captain, yes? Give him this crystal. The way you use that sword reminds me of a man I used to know. Mine eyes may be old, but I can see the truth well enough. Be a paladin, strong and true. Devote yourself to the way and become a beacon of light. Actually, you know what? Let's just teleport. It could be that it's after the job crystal. I forget. You know what? Let's go ahead and remove the headgear. Sure, doesn't look bad as a paladin. Oh, right, Royal Promenade. I went back to the Gladiators Guild by mistake, out of habit. Face the undead. Yes, that's what I needed. Proof that you have defeated the undead. You have shown that your heart is true and your sword has metal. I have no doubt that you will provide or prove to be an attentive pupil. That is well, for there is much to learn. First and foremost is this. You are a paladin now, a custodian of traditions ancient and noble. A free paladin has no master. Instead, she travels all lands and in every place takes up the cause of the unarmed and defenseless. It's for fealty not to a lord, but to yourself. You are nobility among adventurers. You have taken your first steps on a new path, and have earned the right to bear this, the soul of the paladin. Upon its surface are carved the deeds of paladins of eras past. She who bears it commands the respect of all knights of honor. Bahamut's Fang, you already possess a crystal? And you say it was given to you by an unknown free paladin. Who told you to hand it over to me? Where is the crystal of which you speak? I demand you show it to me at once. Curse him. He's made a mockery of the trial. The crystal you bear is indeed the soul of the paladin, but it is disgraced, impure. It was stolen from the Sultan Sworn. The man who gave you this soul is the very traitor whom I have been seeking these many moons. He is an oathbreaker who bent the knee to the Uldan Sultanate and who swore allegiance to the Sultan Sworn, but then single-handedly sullied our name and trampled it underfoot until it was lost, perhaps forever. How dare you give counsel on honor on the Paladin's way? The soul is polluted, and I must dispose of it. When you come to wield your sword as a paladin, the only soul you may wear is that which is bestowed by a captain of the Sultan Sworn. A traitor is no Sultan Sworn, still less a captain. By giving you a soul, he has insulted not only the Brotherhood, but you too. Perhaps an adventurer like yourself finds our rules nothing more than a nuisance. But through reigns long and short, our fair forebears in the Sultan Sworn have preserved its rituals and traditions, and we are duty-bound to uphold them, even if men and women within our ranks scorn them as relics. It has been my fate to be named captain of the Sultan Sworn in these troubled times. Though I did not ask for this honor, I have bent my knee to the Sultana and sworn fealty, and I will fight to restore our honor and name. You wield a skilled blade, and more importantly, you have met the traitor face to face. Your great task as a paladin will be to help me bring him to justice. You must ready yourself, marshal your resources, and hone your skills until the time comes when you are able to discharge your duty. The journey will be long, but you are a paladin now, and honor binds you as surely as an oath. I want to check something real quick before I put the soul to use. Huh. How odd. I guess not every class receives a special mount. Conjurer might have just been unique. An ability and an oath mastery trait. Except, you have earned the right to call yourself a paladin. But how do others treat you? Do they recognize you for what you are? Remember that fancy swordplay and well-polished armor does not make you a paladin. You must be just in your heart and strive always to be an exemplar of true virtue. Once so long ago, the Sultan Sworn could walk the streets with their heads held high. When they marched by, the small folk would look upon them with reverence and gratitude. And no one was more respected than the captain, my predecessor. When I first saw him, I was still a child. My father had promised to take me to a local festival, but somewhere he took a wrong turn, and we became lost and stumbled upon or into a secluded back alley. Luck was not with us, because the next moment we found ourselves in the middle of a riot. Drunken hunters were firing arrows into the crowd, and we were caught between them. There was no way out. It was only a matter of time before we would be struck. That's when the captain saved us from our plight. I'd never seen a sword move so swiftly. It flashed faster than my eyes could follow, and in seconds the hunters were the ones on the ground or fleeing for their lives. Captain was gone down the street, slicing at their heels before my father had time to thank him. Even today, I can see the captain as he was then, blood on his sword, armor impossibly bright as the sun. After that, all I ever wanted was to be a paladin. I would practice endlessly with my sword, dreaming of bandits defeated and monsters slain. Even after I became one of the Sultan Sworn, the memory of the captain still inspired me. I was always the first to arrive at the training yard, and the last to leave. Words are weird. And so the years passed, and before I knew it, I found myself named captain of the Sultan Sworn. Yet the triumph was hollow, because by then, the honor of the Sultan Sworn elite, that very thing that had drawn me to the Brotherhood, was a mere vestige, and the discarded banner, like the discarded banner of a defeated foe. There were many reasons for the fall, but the loss of Oathkeeper. Yes, that was the mortal blow. The sword Oathkeeper was bestowed upon the first captain of the Sultan Sworn, or by the then Sultan of Ul'dah. In time, became our standard, the symbol of our oaths, or the symbol of the oaths we had sworn, and it was treasured by each new captain for generations. Possession was proof of the Sultan Sworn command. But then the unthinkable came to pass. Oathkeeper was stolen by the traitor. It shook our brotherhood to the core. How can we be trusted to protect the Sultana if we cannot even hold on to the symbol of our fealty? We have been tarnished in the eyes of ruler and ruled alike. If the Sultan Sworn are to survive, we must find the traitor and recover Oathkeeper. But the Sultan Sworn have grown too weak, and we cannot do it ourselves. We've been forced to recruit outsiders to help us in our cause. I have high hopes for you, my friend. It is a great thing that we ask you, and you must learn more of our secrets if you are to succeed. In outer Lanoska, near the hermit's hovel, is a grove where ringtails congregate. Pitting yourself against that host of beasts would be a fine way to hone your the skills that I will teach you. In the grove, you will find another brazier, this time filled with a potent incense that will drive the creatures into a frenzy. Defeat your attackers and return to me. I know that that's where the quest is. I was just checking to see if anything was around here that I could also... Ah! It's a quest over there. After all, if I can get a few levels in quickly as well... doesn't give us a number. But I feel like this might be the last wave. Yeah, I was right. Well done. You have taken the skills I taught you and made them your own. I still do not have word of where the traitor is hiding, but I will inform you the moment I do. Until then, continue your training. Oath. Oath gauge is the current strength of Paladin's oath, which increases as auto attacks are performed. A strong oath is required to execute several actions such as Sheltron, cover, required at level 45, and intervention at level 62, and will grow weaker upon using them. Using certain actions will increase the oath gauge. Symbol indicates a defensive stance. Iron Will is in effect, which will increase enmity. Prominence. Power struggles. Welcome, Paladin. You should know that word of your deeds has reached me. Few are those who follow the true Paladin path without misstep, but you are one of them. I am proud to call you sister. You have kept the faith, and in return, I must have faith in you. It is time that you knew the truth, though it is hard to share. For it is a shame I would rather keep hidden from outsiders. Perhaps you remember when I told you of the traitor and the sword Oathkeeper he stole? His name is... and he was my predecessor of the Sultan Sworn as captain of the Sultan Sworn Elite. The person he looked up to the most was the traitor. Yes, he was the same man who I had admired as a child, who inspired me to take up the sword and follow the way of the Paladin. He was the paragon of Paladins. Until that is, he had changed. Some years ago now, there was a struggle for influence between the Sultanate military and a faction within the syndicate known as the Monetarists. The latter emerged triumphant, and the army's authority was diminished greatly, or dramatically. Although Sulkzadgi was still captain of the Sultan Sworn Elite, he knew his position was perilous, so he fled, taking Oathkeeper with him. In doing so, he went against the words that he had spoken on bended knee before royal lineage. Now it falls to me as captain to restore the honor and name of the Sultan Sworn. If that means cutting down my former mentor and master, I would do it gladly, for his misdeed cannot be forgiven. But his death will not live the stain that mars our name. He must be put on trial in public court, so that everyone knows his crimes. Then, and only then, can we begin to earn the people's trust again. He served for over 30 years as captain of the Sultan Sworn Elite, and he is a formidable foe. Few can match his skill with the sword. Even together, you and I will find it difficult to take him alive, without mortal harm to one side or the other. So, you must continue to hone your skills and prepare for the day when we will face him. To complete the next stage of your training, you must do this. Go to the Ugramal River in eastern Thailand and find the brazier we have placed there. By lighting it, you will draw the ire of Labradotes dwelling within the waters. Face the creatures in battle and master your new skills. The fight will not be easy, but you have taken to heart what you have learned, and let the crystal be your guide. Or if you take to heart, you will triumph. I'm going to step away for a quick bio break. This is going to be a longer stream because I'm going to attempt to complete the entirety of the paladin quest line in one go. So I will be just a moment. And I'm back. Sorry about that little delay. There may be a point in which I have to do some dungeon crawling. Just to get to level 50. For the sake of expedience, I will do the highest one I'm capable of with NPCs included. Equipment gained that way may actually help with the Marauder one as well. And over the weekend, I'll actually continue streaming Final Fantasy XIV to allow for all of them, if I can. I need to do more leveling, though, prior to that. But if I can get everything up to a high enough level, I will do all 4 of the classes that were suggested to me, or that were tied on the pole, which are the Gladiator paladin class and job, the Marauder and warrior, the rogue and ninja, and finally the Arcanist, which evolves into 2 separate classes that are technically still the same class, well, job. Those being Summoner and Scholar. As far as I'm aware, Summoner has been nerfed to the point where it's not so viable. So that will be a focused Scholar. But for now, we're going to do all of the quests that we can. Good. You've mastered your new skills and made them your own. But much work remains to be done before you can face the traitor Solkzigal. We are close to finding him, and as our net draws tighter, it grows even more important that we make ready for the moment when the fish must at last be landed. Welcome, friend. I have important news for you. In my search for the traitor, I have been looking through old records and discovered something chilling. Around the time the traitor Solkzagi was named captain, several famed soldiers of the Sultansworn met with untimely deaths. But strangely, our records do not say how they died. Curious, I begged the favor of an old friend and received permission to inspect medical records kept by Frondo's and discovered that the soldiers died in various ways, some in combat, some suddenly at night, in the barracks. But in nearly every case there were signs that poison had played a role in their demise. Yes, poison. Carefully, invisibly administered, and the more I read, the more I saw the dark hand of death's embrace at work. Assassins in the pay and service of the monetarists, a society so secretive that few believe that it truly exists. But no matter how skilled and devious these assassins, they should not have been able to kill so many of the Sultansworn elite without being discovered. No, that is, without help from within our own ranks. So I asked myself, who had the most to gain from their deaths? One by one, the former captain and his trusted aides, the most capable of the Sultansworn. Who might become future commanders, all of them slain by an invisible hand. And with their deaths, the way was opened for Solkzagli to become the Sultan Sworn's youngest captain in a century. The monitorists were plotting to kill the best and bravest of the Sultan Sworn, to purge its ranks of greatness, and innervate it so it could no longer carry out its duties to serve as sword and shield to the Sultanate. Which begs the question, how did Solkzagli remain captain for 30 long years? How did he avoid the poisoner's kiss when men better than him had succumbed? There can only be one explanation. He was the monitor's cat's paw, the turncloak in our midst. Needless to say, I am more determined to track him down than ever before. While I continued my investigation, I have a trial for you. I want you to seek the gallant armor, the legendary raiments worn by generations of our finest soldiers in the Sultan Sworn. In accordance with the Sultan Sworn tradition, the set that would be yours has been scattered across southern Thailand. Each piece has been locked within a coffer, which will be guarded by 2 men. You must best the Sultan Sworn themselves if you are to claim their armor. Ah, I see. So that's where it will be. So let's travel to Little Amigo. Al Amigo. I can take an opportunity to sell all the swords I have that are too weak to use. There's the merchant in Minder. Okay, there we go. Had to make sure I had enough inventory space for what I needed. Okay. I was not... Here we go. What is this one for? Oh. Overcome. Oh. So what this is about is there are actually some beast tribes that are on relatively friendly terms with the alliances. We have the Sylphs in Gridania. And now the Brotherhood of Ash, it would seem. And Thalen are another such group. From them you can get various dyes and cosmetic items. And they are the source of a series of quests that give you reputation with the faction you are allied with. Unlike grant companies, as far as I can tell, you can receive this benefit from both sides, or from multiple sources. After all, why bother with fighting things you don't have to? I broke my combo. This is not good. This is not good at all. Okay. I managed. We have that over there, but we're going to go back to here to get the finished quest stay. That is. So it would seem that once again, the chest portion of the armor might be missing. I'll also say that we can probably turn this back on. Yep. Ethernet. Chamber of Rule. Good, the armor is yours. You've learned your lessons well and honed your skills. And now you're ready to face Solzigi the traitor. Yes, the time has come. I've discovered his hiding place and made contact through emissaries. We are negotiating the return of Oathkeeper. Secrecy is crucial, as is preparation. We'll leave only when you are ready. And we'll gain the ability Cover. The recovery of Oathkeeper will be the first step. in restoring the honor of the Sultan's Sworn. I have told him that if he returns the sword, we will give him a fair trial. Otherwise, he shall be captured and thrown at the feet of the Sultana for judgment. The parley is to take place south of the Forgotten Springs in the Sagoli Desert. Give me your map and I will mark the location. But I believe he is acting alone. We must be prepared for anything. You may be certain that the monetarists will not take kindly to his surrender. In fact, I believe that should the monetarists discover Ziggy is willing to parley, they will surely try to intervene. Therefore, we must not speak of what we do not to anyone. We should travel separately so as not to attract attention. We shall meet again at the parley. Didn't realize I had something that would work. Forgotten Springs. I'm not even level 49, so that level sync is caught up to where I am. So you dared to come. You're a brazen one, I will grant you that. But did you really think I wouldn't find out? Come now, come. Confess. My allies within the Sultan's Sworn have told me the truth. I know you are working in league with the traitor and the monetarists. Confess. With your dying breath, you will tell me where I can find Oathkeeper and the traitor who stole it. You dare accuse my own Sultan Sworn of lying? We are comrades in arms, every one of us, bound in brotherhood by our oath. I would trust them with my life. What is your word when set against theirs? We know the meaning of honor. You are a naive fool. I suspected you from the beginning. Ever since you showed me the soul of the paladin that the traitor Solkazagi gave you. You were, no matter how briefly, a paladin, and as such you are bound by a code of honor that is as unforgiving as it is noble. Traitor, I sentence you to death and decree that your body shall lie here and feed the crows. Well, You cannot do this. I am the greater swordsman. You're superior in every way. You were blinded, Jinless, by your own conviction. Jinless, remember your own lesson. A paladin does not exist to defend his position or the honor of his fellow Sultan Sworn. Those men were assassins in service to the monetarists. The moment you outlived your usefulness, you were to be killed. You and this free paladin of yours. Liar! You are their agent. You betrayed us for them. You were always naive, Genelius. Too willing to trust your fellow man. It is one of your virtues. But you have a deplorable habit of turning your virtues into vices. Think. The information you uncovered. How did you come by it? Did it fall into your lap as if, oh, I don't know, someone was feeding it to you for their own purposes? You and the paladins under your command are the monetarist lapdogs. Jinlius, you've been led a merry dance and followed their lead at every step. Then you were never a traitor? You were innocent? I have wronged you. Easy now. Your wounds aren't mortal, but you still need to rest. I'll take care of the captain. He's had worse, and we'll have him back to on his feet and soon enough. You become a fine warrior. I learned all there is to know about the way of the paladin. Think perhaps that you are not aware just how much you've grown. Well, 'tis time you were made aware, paladin. When the captain's recovered, keep an eye on him for me, will you? He needs someone like you to watch his back. Well, that did not turn out how I thought it would. The words of Skulksy woken a new power within you. Let's go. We're getting very close to finishing the Paladin storyline, if I'm not mistaken. The next quest is going to be the last. But for it, we are going to, or maybe even the next two classes. But for the, or quests. Why did I say classes that time? But for that, we are going to need to do some leveling. Paladin, I have done you a great wrong. I allowed myself to be hoodwinked, accused you of treason, and even turned my sword against you. Hope that you find it in your heart to forgive me. As for me, yes, I am recovered from my wounds. At least those that will heal. But far more important than that, Solkzagi is innocent after all. He was never a traitor, and the dream that I followed in my youth was not a lie. I remained captain of the elite, although a poor substitute for my predecessor. I am now working on a plan to strike back at the monetarists and resolve the Sultan Sworn and restore the Sultan's worm to its former strength. No, do not be afraid for me. We've unmasked the foe, and he cannot hide behind his deception anymore. The assassin won't find it easy to reach me. For now, I bide my time, marshal my strength, and when the time is ripe, strike hard at our enemy. Duty support. This is just fighting Garuda, if I'm recalling correctly. Which may not be enough to level me up. Yep. I was not aware of the situation, and now they're targeting Conjure big time. That's not good. And the Conjurer is down. Or dim. Okay, so that was a fail. Garuda's back at full. Honestly, I want to just exit. There we go. Alright, abandoning it. Not sure why the conjurer in that situation was so inept. So let's do maybe even a couple runs of this, I'm not sure. In order to get leveled up. I'll place a marker when we're done to show where the storyline kicks back up for those of you watching on YouTube so that you can jump ahead. But it won't be too long since I will be skipping most of the... Oh, I still need some gear for Marauder and everything. Okay. Honestly, treasure coffers don't appear until after the first mini-boss here. So just ignoring any of these side rooms is perfectly fine for the time being. This one decides to run away quite a bit. Why? Why did it just make me... I've done this before, with worse gear too. Not healing me. Why are you focusing on physical attacks? The update decided to remove the white mage AI for these party members. Anyway, I'll be showing you the locations of the treasure chests in here. Ishgardian steel bar. A crafting material that will probably come in handy at some point. I don't like this area because of that, but at the same time, it's decent level, it's straightforward, there's no backtracking. But like I said, I will be leveling up Marauder, Mage, Rogue, and Arcanist to be able to handle their storylines as well. Gotta keep me alive, White Mage. Honestly, I would rather be the white mage than trust someone else to do it. I think during my leveling, I will temporarily set my home base to Lanoska, much as I don't want to. Honestly, with how complicated the pathways in Lanoska are, it's just a little annoying. I mean, it makes sense for it to be that way. But it doesn't change the fact that it is annoying. Okay. More fire, we have to go this way. Oh, right. You have tornadoes. Forgot about its tornadoes. Why did you guys get defeated? You. Oh, my oath wasn't active. I think I owe the white mage an apology. That explains why I had so much trouble in these fights. Maybe even the situation with Garuda. seems like this will be the only time I need to go through this dungeon. But yeah, these are the locations of all the treasure coffers in this one. Just in case you wanted to try and go through it yourself. Here we go. stick them with the pointy end. 5. This means we have acquired level 50. There goes Gorn. Just another Ishgardian steel ingot. Let us finish the quest. Welcome, Paladin. I had hoped to see you before I left. You remained a true friend even after the wrongs I did to you. And I owe you my trust, so I will tell you everything I have learned. After our encounters in the hills, I spent some time in the care of Zagi, recovering from my wounds. As I have convalesced, he gave me the true account of what happened these last few years from his solitary war against the monetarists. After he went into hiding, he tried to get word to me about what was happening, but I was surrounded by agents in the pay of the monetarists, who kept me isolated and ignorant. They planted the lie that Sulkazi was a traitor and tricked me into tracking him down. I was their puppet, twitching obediently at the end of the strings they pulled. But when I discovered that Death's Embrace had been behind the demise of my brothers and sisters, they panicked, especially when they found out I had shared the information with you. They set a trap for us and baited it with the promise of a parley with Solkzazgliel. My mentor was no traitor, as I should well have known, but I allowed myself to be deceived by the whispers and murmurs and flatteries. And no, that was not the way of it. It was not their lies that made me blind, but my desire, no, my obsession to restore our honor. For the Sultan Sworn, and all paladins who have bent the knee to a higher cause, honor is a means to an end, not an end in itself. I lost sight of that, and in so doing, lost sight of my true identity. My mentor understood what was happening, and that is why he gave you the soul of the paladin. It was a message. Look how adventurers live. He was telling me, where does their honor, their authority come from? I owe my position to the monetarists, or to the machinations of the monetarists. They calculated that a young captain, eager to prove his loyalty, bound by unquestioning fealty, would be all the easier to control. They were right. I am a sham and a fake. But the world does not know that, and even the illusion of power is a power of sorts. I can use it to fight back. I will tell my subordinates that I am fleeing to Snowcloak in Korthus. When the monetarists hear this, they will surely, as they surely will, they will send assassins after me again. But when they show their hand, I will stand my ground and fight back. I realize you may wish to offer your assistance. However, I cannot in good conscience put you in harm's way anymore. You too have become a target of the Cabal's assassins. The odds will be against me. That much is certain. But Mentor has taught me much. And if I am brave and vigilant, I know I can triumph. I am sorry you have been caught up in our political struggles. But now, as a paladin, it is time you traveled your own path. Excuse me, sorry about that. Yes, Soul Mentor wished to have a word with you as well. You'll find him in Central Thailand. Allow me to mark the location on your map. Okay. That leads to the clutch? I've been taking a long way for nothing. There you are. Thank you for coming, Kiara. We haven't much time, so I will be blunt. Genelius will die if he faces the death's embrace alone. I know what we must do, and I suspect you do as well. If you are the woman I believe you to be, then we shall meet again soon. Yeah, he is definitely not going to be able to make it on his own. And so that's where I need to go. Oh, I forgot to put a mark. You as well? I told you to go to ground. This isn't your fight. First mentor, now you. Are you both so eager to die? Forget that. We are paladins. Wheresoever our duty leads us, we go. And we do so of our own free will. To abide by one's own sense of justice is to embrace the paladin's creed. Sworn or unsworn, we are paladins true. And the only true oath we swear is the one we swear to ourselves. Now come, let us stand shoulder to shoulder and show the black hearts the metal of our souls and the steel of our swords. Yes. Clink, 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 clink. And he is down. You've done well. You never flinched from your duty. You followed the path you knew you had to take, and you showed us what it means to be a paladin. And you even managed to prise the scales from Jenfrey's eyes, or Genele's eyes, while you were at it. It's been an honor to know you, and to watch you grow. In any case, today's battle should blunt the monetarist's dagger, at least for a while. They'll think twice before sending assassins after the Sultan sworn again. I trust you will see to this mess, Journalist? Yes, sir. Captain. Please, sir, return to the capital. Take up your command again. The burden, it's too much for the likes of me. Monitors may have stolen Oathkeeper, but the oaths are not forgotten in steel, or not forged in steel. They are sworn in the heart. You never betrayed your oaths, Geneleans. And your leadership, well, ask the paladin if she learned anything from you. No matter what the circumstances, once a man has left the Sultansworn, he cannot return. No, I followed my own path, and on it I will stay. I have followed you since the day I vowed to join the ranks of the Sultansworn. Has the time come for me to stop following and begin leading? Or begin to lead? Thank you for coming. Once again, you have placed me in your debt. See me in the city when you return. I will have something for you. With this, we are coming to a close on the chapter of being a paladin. I was not expecting political intrigue, if I have to be honest. Welcome, Paladin. These have been troubled times for the Sultansworn, and you have served us loyally. You did what was just, followed the Paladin way, and defended the weak and needy. You are a true Oathkeeper. Honor and right were yours from the very beginning, and that is what made you strong. strong enough to defend me, or to defeat me. The Sword Oathkeeper has yet to be found, but I have come to realize that I don't need it. Nay, not to lead the Sultan Sworn, nor to restore our good name. The oaths we keep are in our hearts, not in hollowed blades. Mentor has left to wander the nations of Eorzea. He is a man of honor, and unless I am very much mistaken, he will continue to look for the sword that was gifted by our ruler centuries ago. I shall continue to serve Ul'dah as one of the Sultan Sworn. You shall defend the people of Eorzea as a free paladin. Our paths diverge now, but we shall forever be bound by the oaths we keep in our hearts. But listen to me. Noble words aren't much good to an adventurer who has to face monsters and menaces out in the real world. Fortunately, I have something that will serve you rather better. This sacred armor has been kept within the Sultan Sworn for many generations. It was given only to those Sultan Sworn who had, through their feats of arms and deeds of great courage, earned the privilege to wear it. But something tells me that, for the first time since it left the Armorer's Forge, this armor should go to someone who is not of the Sultan Sworn. If I allowed myself to be a slave to tradition, the paladin who deserves it the most would never wear it. Now, wouldn't that be a waste of fine plate? Just one thing. If anyone asks where you got it from, you mustn't say it was me. This concludes the Paladin quest for the Realm Reborn. Here it is. Kiara as a paladin. But what I learned more recently is that this provides not only a better stat-wise set of armor, but a better appearance-wise set. This is Kiara as a paladin. With the Valor set. And this is also where we will end today's stream. This has been a longer stream to be able to conclude the entirety of that quest line. And I now know that I have to prepare beforehand completely to make sure that the levels are appropriate for doing this again. And I will be doing exactly that. I will be leveling up the different classes that I have yet to max out. Or, well, not max out, but that I have yet to go through that were voted upon. Marauder, Arcanist, and Rogue. So, stay tuned, because that will be something that you should look forward to. After all, it has the potential to be something that, I'll be going through multiple times. Not only that, but it's going to be an interesting and time-consuming endeavor that will provide content for you to enjoy. If you enjoyed these videos, make sure to drop a like, comment, and subscribe down below. Follow me on YouTube, or well, subscribe to me on YouTube. Follow me on Twitch. Stay tuned for further streams every weekday morning, and for the VODs to be uploaded the next noon. And if you have an animal that desires your attention, always give them attention. Give them the sketches they want. That's just a message from my dog. He's a good boy. And he needs to be let out. So, without further ado, this is the Druidic Stormcloud channel, and I will see you next stream. Bye!